I'd say the map is like Kalima and Bahari combined. I went from Kalima to my plot on my horse, and now I'm glitched. Like a foot off of the ground. Uh-oh. Besides, you're my partner. I trust your judgment. I'm sure you will do a wonderful job, Cozy. I won't misbehave. Unless that is what you would prefer? Oh. What I can tell you is that we have reason to believe the source of the infection is somewhere in this area. Oh. Okay. I did not have hair when I loaded into Royal Highlands for the first time.
Good morning. Good afternoon, actually. By now it's good afternoon.
I told you.
I'm just trying to see if the desktop audio, like if I mute that, the mic still comes through. And I want to see if the gameplay, best of lo-fi. Let's see if this works. Or I can just put the favorites of mine. Favorites? Don't I have a favorites? Thought I had a favorites. Oh, I forgot to write nitro. I forgot to activate nitro so the fans go. What's up, Dean? The cats want to get into rooms that they're not allowed in. Right. Game capture audio. It doesn't seem like it's coming through. Let's see if this source. I'm trying out like a new cloud screen. Per usual. We're just testing out a whole bunch of screens and such. Reading little books. Let's see. Go to the gazebo. How's that one look on the stream? That one works. Like that. Ooh, what's this little? Maybe we'll switch the little tea, the snack. Instead of like a pink matcha, we can put. What can we put? There's a plate of cookies. There's some dumplings. Or we can put what I'm actually having, just all of the fruit. Although I like red apples, not green apples. There's a pizza option. I want pizza. I forgot to order pizza when I got delivery of my groceries. Can you believe it? I forgot the delivery. I can't believe I forgot the delivery. The delivery of the pizza. Dun, 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 dun. What chat is up right now? Twitch requires extra permissions. Yeah. It has YouTube as the default chat at the moment, and boo. Close. Okay. So what we're going to be doing today is a writing exercise, editing some videos, and doing a audiobook over it. So you get to be here for that. And I have no idea if you can hear the actual music that's playing. Because I was late today, so I didn't even prep the stream before popping up. I was supposed to get on at 11, but I did not do that. Okay, so since we have this game up, we want to put bongo cats so you can join. And the tippy tappies if you want. I'm going to get. Where are these headphones? Darn it. Darn it. Headphones just got up and ran away. Oh, I put them in my knitting bag, I think. So the cats wouldn't get to them. That's right. Right. Left, right. Left. Let's see, let's see, let's see. I can hear me. Y'all, so I can hear me. Probably still here. Then I'll just switch out the audio here. This is all right. You animals need to get down. I haven't been able to eat my food because you guys are just absolute menaces to society today. Bye. Yeah, you're not getting in that room. This cat is crazy. Crazy. No, you're not getting in that room, buddy. No. 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 Oh, I had to put him away in the crate because he wants to go into the bedroom to go to sleep or something to hide with nobody bothering him, which I totally get. So I just put him in the crate so he can go to sleep in there and nobody can cuddle up to him. Hopefully that will fix it, but who knows? He might end up being like, "Hi, I'm gonna cry from here." Da-da-da-dun, da-da-da-da-dun, da-da-dun, da-da-dun. Choose a device for speaking or recording. This microphone. Um, a volume mixer. I didn't look up any of the stuff for mix it up. So that's something else we could do. Um, I don't know how to get it to. Let me check real quick, actually. If I open up Twitch to my channel, and I can hear it. I can hear me. There's some sort of feedback. It's just a fan. Oh, Peter's running hot right now. Yeah, I guess it is the fan. It's picking up like all of the sound of the fan. I didn't realize that that's what it was doing. So I can put I can probably use a different microphone eventually. Right now, this is what we're working with. Okay. So, the whole setup is taking about 20 minutes because the cats are running around and being their wild selves. But what I want to put the music on just a little bit. I want to lower it. And what is happening is it's coming through the desktop, not the actual like game capture. So I'm gonna check capture audio. So now it should be going through the game capture. Properties. Do 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 do. Audio always getting me. Allow transparency, capture, use anti-cheat, sure. Placeholder image, don't really need one, but sure. Capture. Yeah, it says capture audio. Then it doesn't say that any audio is coming through. So desktop audio again. So desktop audio again. So desktop audio again. Ooh, there's an echo. Ooh, there's an echo. Okay. So going to open up YouTube. Open up YouTube. And do a story time, which will be great. I've got the Pomo timer on for 25 minutes and then 5-minute breaks. We have the writing prompt here for us today as well. So writing prompt is going to be something that you can talk about at any point during the stream when you're finished writing. I will put it up in chat so that it's visible. It's from a book called Find Your Voice, a guided poetry journal for your heart and your art. I do really like the art in it because it's collage based, and I do a lot of my art kind of similar. You don't have to write a poem per se, but it is a prompt. Um, what's there? I don't want to do anything like too intricate. This one's funny. So imagine you have to cook a dish entirely. Wait, that doesn't actually make any sense. Imagine you have to cook a dish entirely made up of words. What is your recipe? What do you... Write down your life story and keep it contained to this page. No. Fill the space with your most used slang. No. Pick a song that describes your life. Write down the lyrics and explore how and why they resonate with you. That's homework. And I saw one back here that seemed pretty easygoing. It was basically open up a magazine and then write about what you see. Easy enough. Ooh, I like that one. Write a poem about a clock that only works backwards. Write a poem using the ocean as a metaphor for change. A fictional character you love becomes your BFF. Write a poem for them. You can do any of these, honestly. Write a poem including the line, dead flowers are talking. All right, these are the kind of writing prompts that I like. Okay, so it's page 131 in the Find Your Voice book by, I don't know if I ever say it correctly, Noor Anar. Okay, and so this one is write a poem including the line, dead flowers are talking. And you don't have to write a poem. You could write a chapter. You could write anything you want. Hey, how are you today, Miko? I found my little scripture cards. They were in my desk drawer. Little daily miracles. Would you like a daily miracle pulled for you today? Thank you for coming by. If you want, you can pick a color, or I can pick a card for you. Let me know. Thank you for stopping in. Love to see your name pop up. So, write, including the line, dead flowers are talking, which I think is pretty beautiful. But now I have to put it up on stream. But you can write that if you'd like, and you can share it here or in Discord. I could read it aloud if you'd like to. Minko, if you'd like, if you want to pick a color, I can read off one of these daily miracle cards. Write a poem or paragraph using the sentence line, dead flowers are talking. Okay, during breaks and such, I'm going to be working on mine and will share what I've written by the end of stream as well. As far as stories go, oh wow, there's a kitten that climbed really high up on one of these wall things that are for them to climb up, but she got halfway and got really scared. She got super scared. Super duper, super duper scared. We have a break coming up in 10 seconds. So walk around, do anything that you need to do. There's 5 minutes. I am still going to be here working on my tea. And I'm gonna get some of these things ready for the story time that's coming up. So you're not going to miss anything if you walk around. We're going to start the story in 5 minutes. And I'm going to be doing Grimm Fairy Tales, Chapter 2. So I have to open that link up again because I had to restart my whole computer. Here we go, easy enough. This one is called Hans in Luck. We did The Golden Bird last week, and that short clip is up on YouTube. Yippee play. And where is YouTube? Where is YouTube? Oh, we're gonna open up Cozy's stream real quick. She has a giveaway going. All right, it's not. She didn't do it yet. In a few minutes. So if you play Palia or anything like that, today we're lurking in Cozy Cozette's stream. We were lurking in a few others earlier, but I had to restart. So it shut those off, and then I couldn't reopen it because I decided that I'm already late for stream, and I wanted to put some more stuff up in here. All right, we're going to edit. There we go. It's right there. Oh, watch out, baby. Let me see. Here it is. I don't want the at there. Writing prompt. It definitely said that it was going to be in black lettering, but white is fine because then it can just come in and out. We'll put this username under it. Right, that's their writing prompt here. And I can change the lettering on that to what the writing prompt is going to be. All right. All lowercase, write a poem or paragraph using the line. Oops. Oh, these cats are just testing me. These foster cats are testing me. Write a poem or paragraph using the line, dead flowers are talking. Okay. And we're going to, oh, the font family is black. Color. Done. Why is it so long? Let's go back in, edit. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Text transformation, none. alignment, center. Hmm. There we go. There we go. And then make the font size a little bit smaller. Done. Maybe we should make the font size a little bit bigger. Just a little bit. Just a little bit bigger. Okay, and we'll move this writing prompt up. And this one. Woohoo. This is so many little things to click on. Alright, we'll use these keys. Move this over. There we go. And then we will move this one over. Welcome back. Now we're going to get started on the audiobook Grimm Fairy Tale. I forgot the name. Hans Luck. Who won? Who won this giveaway? Oh, she's doing the giveaway right now. She's giving people time. I would like to win the paleo giveaway. It's an outfit. But I'm just looking at her stream. She's calling it now. Congratulations, Chaos Killer 80. You won the giveaway. Yep, that's not me. So Project Gutenberg has like different ebooks of books that are in the public domain. Meaning you can like monetarily re-record and do stuff with their texts. So Grimm's Fairy Tales by Jacob Grimm and William Grimm. My dad used to read these stories to my brother and I, and it was like my favorite thing ever, him reading to us. So I'm coming up with YouTube clips of just different stories that you can play for kids, nieces, nephews. If you're bored and want to listen to something real quick, that's what this is. I wanted to put the story that's being read, and I guess I can put that up there or not. We'll close this for right now. We'll just keep the writing prompt up. I don't know where I'm going to put the actual. This is the story I'm reading. Should make the actual chat font a little bit bigger though. Put it at 30. Okay, closed. Okay, here we go. Little babies. They don't get fed their wet food until 3, and they're like just kind of bugging out at the moment. Alright, we're gonna open up Google Chrome and go to YouTube. And I'm going to open up one of the gaming videos. And I'm gonna... Oh, Cozy posted a new video. I'll save to watch later, and I will share. We have to like it though.
So you want to
like
start
it for...
streaming, but you have no idea where to.
Okay. So we're going to open up Yippee Kai Slay on YouTube. Going to open up one of the gaming videos. Gaming videos, my channel. Manage videos. All right, so Grimm Fable Storytime, The Golden Bird is up there. It's public, it's published, and it's also in the library. I think, well, did I share it? I don't know. But we're going to open up one of these live videos, right? And one of these tea time videos. So there was one yesterday for like 45 minutes, right? I'm going to open up this one and we're going to go into the editor. Now, while we're in the editor, there's an audio function and a video function, and we can delete the audio piece. We don't have to keep that. Uh, well, at least I don't think we have to keep that. But I want to open up. There's like parts of the story that I just like go AFK, or like parts of the gameplay where I go AFK. And that is for me to be able to read. Oh, this is proving more difficult than I thought to do this while streaming. All right, let's go to clips. Create a video clip. It's transcribing the video. I don't need you to transcribe it. It's basically saying that I should just have the audio already with it to clip. So if that's the case, then I'm just going to record it with the timer up. Like, so I'm going to pause this music here. And then the writing prompt is available. And this is going to just be the gameplay with the story. So, oh, I need my glasses 100%. Okay. BRB. I'm going to get my glasses real quick. All right, not bad. Not bad at all. Paused that. I know you can hear the fan from the computer, and it's a laptop, and I can't really do anything about that at the moment. But I can edit what story is going to be, what story is going to be read. So we're going to read Hans in Luck. Hans in Luck. And this is from the Project Gutenberg ebook series that we're doing. This is from originally Brothers Grimm fairy tales. Like I said, I really enjoyed having these stories read to me as a child. They're a touch tapped, but at the same time, oh well, it's not the end of the world. They're like, you know how fairy tales were kind of just like a warning. Okay, so let's start with Hans in Luck. We will start with that one. We want to put up what story is being read. So we'll activate this username piece, put it right here. We're going to edit it. Rose, Graham, Fairy Tales. Okay. We're going to make it a touch smaller. All right. And we're going to get this, put it under it. And the one we're reading right now is going to be Hans Luck. And then when we move on to the next story, I will say I will update this. Hans Luck. Okay, we're going to make that a little bit smaller. And change the color to black. There you go. Oh, that's way too small. Okay. Done. Okay. Let's start reading. Should I keep the music on lightly in the background, even though I can't edit it? Maybe there's one song that I'll keep. What about this one? Or, you know what I could do instead of the music? We can just make it rain out here. Do some little birds chirping. That's better. That way I don't get any copyright notices. And what's another thing that we could put here? Some soothing wind? No, that fan is already doing that for us. That's too loud. No. What about rain? No. So technically my fan is just acting like white noise and I don't have to worry about it. That's what I'm hearing. Okay. We have 12 minutes. We can read it in 12 minutes. Ready, set. Brothers Grimm fairy tale. Hans in Luck. Some men are born to good luck. All they do or try to do comes right. All that falls to them is so much gang. All their geese are swans, all their cards are trumps. Toss them which way you will. They will always, like poor puss, alight upon their legs and only move on so much the faster. The world may very likely not always think of them as they think of themselves, but what care they for the world? What can it know about the matter? One of these lucky beings was neighbor Hans. 7 long years he had worked hard for his master. At last he said, "Master, my time is up. I must go home and see my poor mother once more. So pray pay me my wages and let me go." And the master said, "You have been a faithful and good servant, Hans, so your pay shall be handsome." Then he gave him a lump of silver as big as his head. Hans took out his pocket handkerchief, put the piece of silver into it, threw it over his shoulder, and jogged off on his road homewards. As he went lazily on, dragging one foot after another, a man came in sight, trotting gaily along on a capital horse. "Ah," said Hans aloud, "what a fine thing it is to ride on horseback. There he sits as easy and happy as if he were at home, in the chair by his fireside. He trips against no stoves, saves shoe leather, and gets on he hardly knows how." Hans did not speak so softly, but the horseman heard it all, and said, "Well, friend, why do you go on foot then?" "Ah," said he, "I have this load to carry. To be sure it is silver, but it is so heavy that I can't hold up my head, and you must know it hurts my shoulder sadly." "What do you say of making an exchange?" said the horseman. "I will give you my horse, and you shall give me the silver, which will save you a great deal of trouble in carrying such a heavy load about with you." "With all my heart," said Hans, "but as you are so kind to me, I must tell you one thing. You will have a weary task to draw that silver about with you." However, the horseman got off, took the silver, helped Hans up, gave him the bridle in one hand and the whip in the other, and said, "When you want to go very fast, smack your lips loudly together and cry, 'Jip.'" Hans was delighted. As he sat on the horse, drew himself up, squared his elbows, turned out his toes, cracked his whip, and rode merrily off. 1 minute whistling a merry tune, another singing, "No care, no sorrow, a fig for the morrow, we'll laugh and be merry, sing nigh down derry." After a time he thought he should go a little faster, so he smacked his lips and cried, "Jip." Away went the horse full gallop, and before Hans knew what he was about, he was thrown off and lay on his back by the roadside. His horse would have ran off if a shepherd who was coming by driving a cow had not stopped it. Hans soon came to himself and got up on his legs again, sadly vexed, and said to the shepherd, "This riding is no joke. When a man has the luck to get upon a beast like that stumbles and flings him off as if it would break his neck. However, I'm off now, once for all. I like your cow now a great deal better than this smart beast that played me this trick, and has spoiled my best coat, you see, in this puddle, which, by the by, smells not very like a nosegay. One can walk along at one's leisure behind that cow, keep good company, and have milk, butter, and cheese every day into the bargain. What would I give to have such a prize?" "Well," said the shepherd, "if you are so fond of her, I will change my cow for your horse. I like to do good to my neighbors, even though I lose by it myself." "Done," said Hans merrily. "What a noble heart that good man has," thought he. Then the shepherd jumped upon the horse, wished Hans and the cow good morning, and away he rode. Hans brushed his coat, wiped his face and hands, rested a while, and then drove off his cow quietly, and thought his bargain a very lucky one. "If I have only a piece of bread, and I certainly shall always be able to get that, I can, whenever I like, eat my butter and cheese with it. And when I am thirsty, I can milk my cow and drink the milk. And what can I wish for more?" When he came to an inn, he halted, ate up all of his bread, and gave away his last penny for a glass of beer. When he had rested himself, he set off again, driving his cow towards his mother's village. But the heat grew greater as soon as noon came, till at last, as he found himself on a wide heath that would take him in more than hours to cross, he began to be so hot and parched that his tongue clave to the roof of his mouth. "I can find a cure for this," thought he. Now I will milk my cow and quench my thirst. So he tied her up to the stump of a tree and held his leathern cap to milk it, but not a drop was to be had. Who would have thought that this cow, which was to bring him milk and butter and cheese, was all that time utterly dry? Hans had not thought of looking to do that. While he was trying his luck in milking and managing the matter very clumsily, the uneasy beast began to think him very troublesome, and at last gave him such a kick on the head as knocked him down, and there he lay a long while senseless. Luckily, a butcher soon came by, driving a pig in a wheelbarrow. "What is the matter with you, my man?" said the butcher, as he helped him up. Hans told him that he happened, how he was dry, and wanted to milk his cow, but found the cow was dry too. Then the butcher gave him a flask of ale, saying, "There, drink and refresh yourself. Your cow will give you no milk. Don't you see she's an old beast, good for nothing but the slaughterhouse?" "Alas, alas," said Hans, "who would have thought of that? What a shame to take my horse and give me only a dry cow. If I kill her, what will she be good for? I hate cow beef. It is not tender enough for me. If it were a pig now, like that fat gentleman you were driving along his ease, one could do something with it. It would, at any rate, make sausages." "Well," said the butcher, "I don't like to say no when one is asked to do a kind, neighborly thing. To please you, I will change and give you my fine fat pig for the cow." "Heaven reward you for your kindness and self-denial," said Hans, as he gave the butcher the cow, and taking the pig off the wheelbarrow, drove it away, holding it by a string that was tied to his leg. So on he jogged, and all seemed now to go right with him. He had met with some misfortunes, to be sure, but he was now well repaid for all. How could it be otherwise with such a traveling companion as he had at last got? The next man he met was a countryman, carrying a fine white goose. The countryman stopped to ask what was o'clock. This led to further chat, and Hans told him all his luck, how he had so many good bargains, and how all the world went gay and smiling with him. This countryman then began to tell his tale, and said he was going to take the goose to a christening. "Feel," said he, "how heavy it is, and yet it is only 8 weeks old. Whoever roasts and eats it will find plenty of fat upon it, it has lived so well." "You're right," said Hans, as he weighed it in his hand. "But if you talk of fat, my pig is no trifle." Meantime the countryman began to look grave, and shook his head. "Hark ye," said he, "my worthy friend, you seem a good sort of fellow, so I can't help doing you a kind turn. Your pig may get you into a scrape. In the village I come from, the squire has had a pig stolen out of his sty. I was dreadfully afraid when I saw you had one in your squire's pig. If you have, and they catch you, it will be a bad job for you. The least they will do will be to throw you into the horse pond. Can you swim?" Poor Hans was sadly frightened. "Good man," cried he, "pray get out of this scrape. I know nothing of where the pig was either bred or born, but he may have been the squire's for aught I can tell. You know this country better than I do. Take my pig and give me the goose." "I ought to have something into the bargain," said the countryman. "Give a fat goose for a pig indeed. 'Tis not everyone who would do so much as you as that. However, I will not be hard upon you as you are in trouble." Then he took the string in his hand and drove the pig by a side path, while Hans went on the way homewards, free from care. "After all," thought he, "that chap is pretty well taken in. I don't care whose pig it is, but wherever it came from, it has been a very good friend to me. I have much the best of the bargain. First there will be a capital roast, then the fat will find me in a goose grease for 6 months, and then there are all the beautiful white feathers. I will put them into my pillow, and then I am sure I will sleep soundly without rocking. How happy my mother will be! Talk of pig indeed! Give me a fine fat goose." As he came to the next village, he saw a scissor grinder with his wheel, working and singing: "O'er hill and o'er dale, so happy I roam, work light and live well, all the world is my home. Then who so blithe so merry as I. Hans stood looking for a while, and at last said, You must be well off, Master Grinder. You seem so happy at your work. Yes, said the other. Mine is a golden trade. A good grinder never puts his hand into his pocket without finding money in it. But where do you get that beautiful goose? I did not buy it. I gave a pig for it. And where did you get the pig? I gave a cow for it. Oh, and the cow? I gave a horse for it. Huh? And the horse? I gave a lump of silver as big as my head for it. Hmm. And the silver? Oh, I worked hard for the last. I worked hard for that 7 long years. You have thriven well in the world herethrough, said the grinder. Now, if you could only find money in your pocket whenever you put your hand in it, your fortune would be made. Very true. But how is that to be managed? How? Why, you must turn grinder like myself. Said the other. You only want a grindstone, the rest will come of itself. Here is one. That is but little, the worse for wear. I would not ask more than the value of your goose for it. Will you buy it? How can you ask? Said Hans. I should be the happiest man in the world if I could have the money whenever I put my hand in my pocket. What could I want more? There's the goose. Now, said the grinder, as he gave him a common rough stone that lay by his side, this is a most capital stone. Do but work it well enough, and you can make an old nail cut with it. Hans took the stone and went his way with a light heart. His eyes sparkled for joy, and he said to himself, Surely I must have been born in a lucky hour. Everything I could want or wish for comes of itself. People are so kind. They seem really to think I do them a favor in letting them make me rich and giving me good bargains. In the meantime, he began to be tired and hungry too, for he had given away his last penny in his joy at getting the cow. At last he could go no further, for the stone tired him sadly, and he dragged himself to the side of the river, that he might take a drink of water and rest awhile. So he laid the stone carefully by his side on the bank, but as he stopped down to drink, he forgot it, pushed it a little, and down it rolled, plump into the stream. For a while he watched it, sinking in the deep, clear water, then sprang up and danced for joy, and again fell on his knees and thanked heaven with tears in his eyes for its kindness in taking away his only plague, the ugly heavy stone. How happy am I, cried he. Nobody was ever so lucky as I. Then he got with a light heart, free from all his troubles, and walked till he reached his mother's house, and told her how very easy the road to good luck was. Ta-da! That is insane. That story is cracked. Okay, there's a little bit of a break. I went a tiny bit over, but this cat wants to get out of his cat jail. I guess he's done sitting by himself. Okay, I'm back. And we're going to read another story. First, I'm going to let my little brother know that I'm streaming because he likes listening to these stories too. I had said it earlier, but um, there's a cat meowing in the background. That's one of mine. He really wants to get into the bedroom, but the rooms are off to them. Hey, what's up, Steve? I'm about to read some more stories. How are you today? Are you working from home? Prime? Were you able to sub with Prime? Is that why that's up in your name? But did it allow you to do that? That's crazy. Do 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 do. I'm reading bedtime stories, fables. Not in the office today. Lunchtime. Yes, yes. That's great. Well, not great that you're in the office. That stinks. But lunchtime is awesome. Love lunchtime. All right, since the story's changing, the scene's changing. I told my brother that I'm reading Grimm fairy tales. My dad used to read fairy tales to my brother and I at bedtime all the time, and it was just like my favorite thing listening to the stories. But I did forget how into horror I was as a child. Like, Stephen King was my favorite and author when I was a little bit older. And now rereading all of these stories that were I recall from my childhood, I'm just like, wow, these are tapped. These stories are actually just super crazy. So we're going through the Grimm's fairy tales since they're in the public domain now. So we're going through all the books that are in the public domain. I've already written or like assembled a dyslexic journal for kids that is a compilation of all of the Alice in Wonderland stories, but like merged together to make a new story that has like art pages that you can draw on, and the font is formatted for children that are dyslexic. And so it has just a bunch of artwork in it that they can play with, and it's pretty cool. I did like a small publishing of them a few years ago and going to republish them soon. Alice in Wonderland is still in the public domain, so that's awesome. The story we just did was Hans in Luck. Now, like, I don't really remember most of these stories, but I just recall really loving that we were all together listening to a story. So it didn't really matter who was reading it. So that's why I'm doing the voiceovers for the audiobooks, because I tend to do voiceovers for story pitches anyway. And I want to make the content to put out there so that I can just keep practicing with children's stories specifically, because children are the future, etc., etc. No, that's not the reason why. But I really do enjoy audiobook work. I don't enjoy the editing process of it, so that's why I only do short works, because I don't really think it's always going to go the way I plan. All right, where's this activity thing? Go back. I want to go into the garden and no, let's go into this. Let's go into a completely different scene so I don't get confused when I'm editing, chopping up the clips. All right, this works. And what's it look like on the stream? That also works. There we go. Perfect. Okay. There's a writing prompt if you'd like to partake. The writing prompt is write a poem or paragraph using the line, dead flowers are talking. At the end of stream, I'll read mine. You can read yours, or if you go into the Discord chat, or you can post in chat or post in the Discord. I can read it aloud for you. Yeah, Duke, you're not getting in that room, buddy. Okay. There might be a cat in the background saying, please, hello, let me into this room. Um, we just have to ignore him because he's been doing that most of the morning and he knows that he's not getting into that room, but he thinks that if he cries enough that I will cave and let him into that room because he's correct. I will cave. It is something I would do. I would definitely be like, all right, I'm done. I'm done listening to this. You can go sleep in there. Fine. Okay. So we read Hans and Luck. And now we're going to do, are these real names? Jorinda and Jorinda? So is this like Jack and Jill? I don't know, but here we are. We're about to find out. Everybody ready? I'm going to take my last sip of tea. I'm going to loop this song and hope that it isn't copyright protected. It shouldn't be, but sometimes they are. It's unexpected. I'm just like, this wasn't supposed to happen. Okay. Brothers Grimm Fairy Tale. Jorinda and Jorindel. There was once an old castle that stood in the middle of a deep, gloomy wood. And in that castle lived an old fairy. Now this fairy could take any shape she pleased. All the day long she flew about in the form of an owl, or crept about the country like a cat. But at night she always became an old woman again. When any young man came within 100 paces of her castle, he became quite fixed and could not move a step till she came and set him free, which she would not do till he had given her his word never to come there again. But when any pretty maiden came within that space, she was changed into a bird, and the fairy put her in a cage and hung her up in a chamber in the castle. There were 700 of these cages hanging in the castle, and all with beautiful birds in them. Now there was once a maiden whose name was Jorinda. She was prettier than all the pretty girls that were ever seen before, and a shepherd lad, whose name was Jorindel, was very fond of her, and they were soon to be married. One day they went to walk in the wood, that they might be alone, and Jorindel said, "We must take care that we don't go too near to the fairy's castle." It was a beautiful evening. The last rays of the setting sun shone bright through the long stems of the trees, upon the green underwood beneath, and the turtle doves sang from all the tall birches. Jorinda sat down to gaze upon the sun. Jorindel sat by her side, and both felt sad. They knew not why, but it seemed as if they were to be parted from one another forever. They had wandered a long way, and when they looked to see which way they should go home, they found themselves at a loss to know what path to take. The sun was setting fast, and already half of its circle had sunk behind the hill. Jorindel on a sudden looked behind him and saw through the bushes that they had, without knowing it, sat down close under the walls of the castle. Then he shrank for fear, turned pale, and trembled. Jorinda was just singing. The ring dove sang from the willow spray. Will-a-day, will-a-day. He mourned for the fate of his darling mate. Will-a-day. When her song stopped suddenly, Jorindel turned to see the reason, and beheld his Jorinda changed into a nightingale, so that her song ended with a mournful jug-jug. An owl with fiery eyes flew 3 times round them, and 3 times screamed, "Toot-toot, toot-toot, toot-toot." Jorindel could not move. He stood fixed as a stone, and could neither weep nor speak nor stir hand or foot. And now the sun went down. The gloomy night came. The owl flew into a bush. And a moment after, the old fairy came forth, pale and murdery, with staring eyes, and a nose and a chin that almost met one another. She mumbled something to herself, seized the nightingale, and went away with it in her hand. Poor Jorindel saw the nightingale was gone, but what could he do? He could not speak. He could not move from the spot where he stood. At last the fairy came back and sang with a hoarse voice, "Till the prisoner is fast, and her doom is cast, there stay, oh stay. When the charm is around her, and the spell has bound her, hie away, hie away." On a sudden, Jorindel found himself free. Then he fell on his knees before the fairy and prayed her to give him back his dear Jorinda. She laughed at him and said he should never see her again. Then she went on her way. He prayed, he wept, he sorrowed, but all in vain. "Alas," he said, "what will become of me?" He could not go back to his own home. So he went to a strange village and employed himself in keeping sheep. Many a time did he walk round and round as near as the hated castle as he dared go, but all in vain. He heard or saw nothing of Jorinda. At last he dreamt one night that he found a beautiful purple flower, and that in the middle of it lay a costly pearl. And he dreamt that he plucked the flower and went with it in his hands into the castle, and that everything he touched with it was disenchanted, and that there he found his Jorinda again. In the morning when he awoke, he began to search over hill and dale for his pretty flower, and 8 long days he sought for it in vain. But on the 9th day, early in the morning, he found the beautiful purple flower, and in the middle of it was a large dewdrop, as big as a costly pearl. Then he plucked the flower and set out and traveled day and night, till he came again to the castle. He walked nearer than 100 paces to it, and yet he did not become fixed as before, but found that he could go quite close up to the door. Jorindel was very glad indeed to see this. Then he touched the door with the flower, and it sprang open, so that he went in through court and listened when he heard so many birds singing. At last he came to the chamber where the fairy sat, with the 700 birds singing, and the 700 cages. When she saw Jorindel, she was very angry and screamed with rage, but she could not come within 2 yards of him, for the flower he held in his hand was a safeguard. He looked around at the birds, but alas, there were many, many nightingales. And how then should he find out which was his Jorinda? While he was thinking what to do, he saw the fairy had taken down one of the cages and was making the best of her way off through the door. He ran or flew after her, touched the cage with the flower, and Jorinda stood before him and threw her arms around his neck, looking as beautiful as ever, as beautiful as when they walked together in the wood. Then he touched all the other birds with the flower, so that they all took their old forms again, and he took Jorinda home, where they were married and lived happily together many years. And so did a good many other lads, whose maidens had been forced to sing in the old fairies' cages by themselves, much longer than they liked. The end. Um, yeah, see? I didn't even hear. Did I? Sweet. I thought I was gonna cut it close to the break, but ta-da! Ta-da-da-da. All right, well, that works. That story is so effed. All these grim fairy tales are super, super duper concerning. Do you hear the cats in the background though? Just being like, hello, here's a song for my people. Hey, Dean. Dean? Sir, I'm over here. My gosh. How's everybody else's pets doing today? Are you loving? Are you loving your Wednesdays? Do they bum you out? My day is has been chaos. Has been chaos since I got up. But I got my grocery delivery. My car's broken down at the moment. I need to get new brakes. I need to re-up the registration. There's just a bunch of little maintenance things that I need to do. And that should be easy enough to do tomorrow morning. Take care of some of those things. I need to sort my laundry. Blah. Sorting laundry. But writing prompts and reading stories today to make into clips later. So later I'll be able to. Ooh, that was loud. Voice. I got a new little thingy. But later today, I'll be cutting these all into clips, which will be great. So I'm gonna try to change the scene. Well, not gonna try. Going to change the scene for every like story, so it's easier to clip and edit. And that's why I'm playing with different scene managements so that I can talk about like where we got them. So this current one was on Streamlabs. It's called Cloudy. And I like it better than the other cloud one that I was using on Sunday. I like it a lot better. What are these cats trying to do me in? I found out today that a friend of mine has eight Fortnite accounts for her brain rot game. And I'm just so happy that I don't play Fortnite that much anymore. I used to, when I first started streaming, I was just like, totally Fortnite. I'm gonna stream Fortnite, and I was doing like I did a whole bunch of videos, like I was a microphone Karen pretty much, and so I would go into randoms and like report or talk to people that were like being crazy. I'd just be like, "What is happening right now?" And it was just to like show how people were talking on the mic, and like better ways to talk on the mic, or like ways that parents should pretty much safeguard their kids. But then I found out that my friends knew a bunch of people that worked at Fortnite, and I was like, I don't want to, I don't want to mingle these worlds whatsoever. And also, I didn't really like, I don't know, it didn't really feel like the way to go for me. It didn't feel like what was going to be beneficial for me, and I didn't want to waste my time and energy on that. So I moved on to other games and just trying to figure out what I wanted to be doing while streaming so that I could make the best use of my time. Cozy games are definitely the way to go, like games that are collaborative and that we could all join up together. So I play Marvel Rivals and Palia. So tomorrow we'll be playing some Palia, Sunday we'll play some Marvel Rivals. Tomorrow will be the cat cam, and then Sunday will be live cam, face cam. So, that's going to be that's going to be the schedule going forward. It's Fortnite was like everyone was getting stream sniped. There was just like so much toxicity that just like came with the game, and I couldn't see any way to justify um, going AFK in that game and kind of talking about it because I just felt like it kept being toxic. So Palia, I think, is a really good game, or like indie games, Mario games, Nintendo games, just a variety. But oh, that's a cute scene. Watering plants. A little writing. Repotting. What's the repotting one look like? That's cute. Do the repotting one. And then change the Bitmoji. And there we go. That works. I like that. I like that a lot. I think that works well. Then change the titles on these little buggers. So this one is the book title, right? So we'll rename this. This is on the scene. So when you have your sources up in OBS or Streamlabs, you can label them, and this one came from Streamlabs. So they have like formatted for social media, but I'm switching it to things that I want to put up, like the title and the prompt. There's a break starting in 30 seconds. So please get up, do what you need to do, get some water, go to the bathroom, take a break. Nothing exciting is going to be happening in that time. I'm going to be doing the same thing. So I'm going to change the name of this source to title. Story title, so I don't get confused. Story title. This one is the prompt. All right, break time, break time. Be back in 5. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, I'm doing some little leg stretches while I'm sitting here at the desk. This one is called torture chamber. No, I'm just kidding. It's when you're sitting down in your chair, try to kind of prop something up behind your back, and then you lift your ankle up over like your knee. Right? So it's horizontal across. So then it's under the desk and my knee can't jut up that high and it's pushing it down a little so my hip can open a bit. Oh, the music is super loud. So that can do that. Oh, we never did the bongo cat. Should we put bongo cat on? Let's see. Can we run bongo cat and Spirit City at the same time? And how do we get bongo cat to show up on stream? We are going to read another story in a little bit, in a couple minutes. Still grim fairy tales. We're just going to go through as many as we really can today so we can clip them all for YouTube. And it's Yippee Kai Slay on YouTube as well. There's one clip up right now of the golden bird, and then there's just all the B-roll of like different gameplay to clip and record over later. So most of the gameplay will be like Redditor stories, like doing story pitches, stuff that I've been doing for a while, basically doing that over as a voiceover over the gameplay. Excuse me, just to keep in the habit of doing audiobook work and exploring what I find fun creatively. So that's what the purpose of the stream is to really do. It says new sponsorship opportunity for sim racers. What is a sim racer? Nope, nope, nope. I don't like any of that. I don't play racing games since I was a tiny tot. Okay. Let's see if I can get this. Game capture. Add new source. Okay, that's what that one is. Add a new source instead. Bongo cat. Bongo cat. I don't know how to use bongo cat at all, really. But I wanted something animated. Allow transparency. I don't know what this capture third-party overlays, such as Steam. I don't know. I don't think I have to do that. Okay. Mode. Bongo cat. Auto. No. Nope. Nope. Auto. There we go. Is Bongo Cat showing up? Yeah, Bongo Cat is showing up. How do I put it at the top of the screen? Bongo Cat is here. So we can put all our Bongo Cats up here. See? Up here. Up in the top left corner. Bongity bongity bongy. I have a watermelon Bongo Cat. But we could basically make the entire thing up here all Bongo Cats. I can just get rid of all of these guys. The bits and the cheer. I have the follower thing up now, but I I haven't seen if it worked or not. But see all this space, see all the space for bongo cats? It's amazing. Ah. Where was my bongo cat? Okay. Put him right here. Put him down here. Put him right here. No. Put him up here. Little bongo cat up top of my screen. Okay, dokie. Adorable. And so then I need to get the code for other people to join with this bongo cat. Excuse me, where is it? I feel like the more that I just use these things that I have, the more that I'll understand how to do it at a much quicker pace. Okay, so where is the lobby? Where's my bongo cat lobby? I don't want to exchange anything. I just want to know what my lobby is. Admin mode? No. No. I messed up. Bongo cat. Bongo cat's being bad. Go away, bongo cat. We don't want you right now. Shut. No. Close. Alright. Bongo cat, you're done for now. You're trying to restart my whole computer for some reason, and you're making the computer get all testy and fanny. Alright, so bongo cat was cute for a millisecond. But let's not stay there. Let's not stay there with bongo cat. We are going to read a new story from the Grimm Fairy Tales. And there is currently a writing prompt that I will be working on. And you can work on. And you can share it in chat. You can share it in Discord. If you'd like to say it, you can join the Discord Tea Time lobby. Like if you'd like to be the one to read your story. Social chapter. Edit. We're going to go to the next chapter. The Traveling Musicians. Now, I don't recall the stories, right? Like, I don't recall these stories. I don't really remember, but I do remember the Brothers Grimm being one of my favorites. Whether it was because the way that my dad read it, or because they had like horrific elements in it that weren't like so kid-like. I really liked things that were darker when I was consuming literature growing up. I did really enjoy stuff that didn't quite make sense, was in Old English or whatever, or was like a community, like what's going on. So that's why I really enjoyed Stephen King. I just really enjoyed story times in general at the library, everything like that. So just making a bunch of clips with the stories, and Yippee Kai Slay is going to have like just the basic clips, and then eventually keep working with these clips and polishing them up. But since there isn't always enough time to do all of that stuff in one day, I didn't want to take too much time between all of the posting of the clips. So what I found that I can do on YouTube is clip the video and then I can schedule it to go public on a certain day. So I don't have to put every single one out at the same time. I can just keep clipping and posting it to like schedule it to go live at a certain time. Not that it really matters at this point. I have 3 subscribers on the YouTube, but it it's learning is occurring. Do you want to remove Bongo Cat? Yeah, I do for right now. Hello, kitty cat. How are you? Whee! All right. This. What's up, my guy? You want to sit on my lap? There you go. Hi. I love you. Okay. So we have the chat moving into the story. So we're gonna put the story title. Let's put the story title up there. That works best right there. You'll probably just make the chat smaller, to be quite honest. Chat box, it's already so tiny. But I do want to have it up. Maybe if I just made it smaller, right? But I increased the font size. I don't know what you're trying to do. Are you trying to like rip my microphone out from my hand? Are you trying to eat the headphone? You really want my attention right now? Is that what's happening? I opened the door to the bathroom, which I thought would appease you, so that you could go into at least the bathroom. But that might not be good enough. I'm getting tackled. Okay. Let's see how long this story will take to read. We have 12 minutes. We have 12 minutes. If you're here, lurking, thank you. I greatly appreciate it. If you're here and loving the stories or have a story that you would like to be read on a future stream, let me know. If you're doing the writing prompt, how's it going for you? Okay, cool. Let's do this. One more time. All right. Brothers Grimm Fairy Tales. The Traveling Musicians. I don't like this song. Brothers Grimm Fairy Tales. The Traveling Musicians. An honest farmer had once. Excuse me, what? Brothers Grimm Fairy Tales. The Traveling Musicians. An honest farmer had once a donkey that had been a faithful servant to him a many great years, but was now growing old and every day more and more unfit for work. His master, therefore, was tired of keeping him and began to think of putting an end to him. But the donkey, who saw that some mischief was in the wind, took himself slyly off and began his journey towards the great city, for there, thought he, I may turn musician. I see now. How is this word here? All right, I'm going to go with the word that's in the story, but I don't think it's like kid appropriate, so it's testing me. All right. The Brothers Grimm Fairy Tales. The Traveling Musicians. What is this going on outside my house? Someone in my yard? No. Maybe. Alright, let's ignore it until someone knocks on my door. Now I have to say it all over again? It's fine. The Brothers Grimm Fairy Tales. The Traveling Musicians. An honest farmer had once an ass that had been a faithful servant to him a many great years, but was now growing old and every day more and more unfit for work. His master therefore was tired of keeping him and began to think of putting an end to him. But the ass, who saw that some mischief was in the wind, took himself slyly off and began his journey towards the great city. For there, he thought, I may turn musician. Hey, it is about a donkey. These are a bunch of traveling animals going to become a traveling band? So I can just say donkey instead of ass. Take 73. Brothers Grimm Fairy Tales. The Traveling Musicians. An honest farmer had once a donkey that had been a faithful servant to him a many great years, but was now growing old and every day more and more unfit for work. His master, therefore, was tired of keeping him and began to think of putting an end to him. But the donkey, who saw that some mischief was in the wind, took himself slyly off and began his journey towards the great city. For there, thought he, I may turn musician. After he had traveled a little way, he spied a dog laying by the roadside and panting, as if he were tired. What makes you pant so, my friend? Said the donkey. Alas, said the dog, my master is going to knock me on the head because I am old and weak and can no longer make myself useful to him in hunting. So I ran away. But what can I do to earn my livelihood? Hark ye, said the donkey, I'm going to the great city to turn musician. Suppose you go with me and try what you can to do in the same way? The dog said he was willing, and they jogged on together. They had not gone far before they saw a cat sitting in the middle of the road and making a most rueful face. Pray, my good lady, said the donkey, what's the matter with you? You look quite out of spirits. Ah, me? Said the cat. How can one be in good spirits when one's life is in danger? Because I am beginning to grow old, and had rather lie at my ease by the fire than run about the house after mice. My mistress laid hold of me and was going to drown me. And though I have been lucky enough to get away from her, I do not know what I am to live upon. Oh, said the donkey, by all means, go with us to the great city. You are a good night singer and may make your fortune as a musician. The cat was pleased with the thought and joined the party. Soon afterwards, as they were passing by a farmyard, they saw a chicken perched upon a gate and screaming out with all its might and main. Bravo, said the donkey. Upon my word, you make a famous noise. Pray, what it is all about? Why, said the rooster, I was just now saying that we should have fine weather for our washing day, and yet my mistress and the cook don't thank me for my pains, but threaten to cut off my head tomorrow and make broth of me for the guests that are coming on Sunday. Heaven forbid, said the donkey. Come with us, Master Rooster. It will be getting better at any rate than staying here to have your head cut off. Besides, who knows, if we care to sing in tune, we may get up to some kind of concert. So come along with us. With all my heart, said the rooster. So they all four went on jollily together. They could not, however, reach the great city the first day, so when night came, they went into a wood to sleep. The donkey and the dog laid themselves down under a great tree, and the cat climbed up into the branches. while the rooster, thinking that the higher he sat, the safer he should be, flew up to the top of the tree and then, according to his custom before he went to sleep, looked out on all sides to see that everything was well. In doing this, he saw afar off something bright and shining, and calling to his companion said, "There must be a house no great way off, for I see a light." "If that be the case," said the donkey, "we had better change our quarters, for our lodging is not the best in the world. Besides," added the dog, "I should not be the worse for a bone or two or a bit of meat." So they walked off together to the spot where the rooster had seen the light, and as they drew near it became larger and brighter, till they at last came close to a house in which a gang of robbers lived. The donkey, being the tallest of the company, marched up to the window and peeped in. "Well, donkey," said Rooster, "what do you see?" "What do you see? What do I see?" replied the donkey. "Why, I see a table spread with all kinds of good things, and the robbers sitting round it making merry." "That would be a noble lodging for us," said the rooster. "Yes," said the donkey, "if we could only get in." So they consulted together how they should contrive to get the robbers out. And at last they hit upon a plan. The donkey placed himself upright on his hind legs, with his 4 feet resting along the window. The dog got up on his back. The cat scrambled up to the dog's shoulders, and the rooster flew up and sat upon the cat's head. When all was ready, a signal was given, and they began their music. The donkey brayed, the dog barked, the cat mewed, and the rooster screamed. And then they all broke through the window at once and came tumbling into the room, amongst the broken glass, with a most hideous clatter. The robbers, who had been not a little frightened by the opening concert, had now no doubt that some frightful hobgoblin had broken in upon them and scampered away as fast as they could. The coast once clear, our travelers soon sat down and dispatched what the robbers had left, with as much eagerness as if they had not expected to eat again for a month. As soon as they satisfied themselves, they put out the lights, and each one sought out a resting place to their own liking. The donkey laid themselves down upon a heap of straw in the yard. The dogs stretched themselves upon a mat behind the door. The cat rolled herself on to the hearth before the warm ashes, and the rooster perched upon a beam on top of the house, and as they were all rather tired with their journey, they soon fell asleep. But about midnight, when the robbers saw from afar that the lights were all out, and that all seemed quiet, they began to think that they had been in too great a hurry to run away, and one of them, who was bolder than the rest, went to see what was going on. Finding everything still, he marched into the kitchen and groped about till he found a match in order to light a candle, and then, spying the glittery, fiery eyes of the cat, he mistook them for live coals and held the match to light them. But the cat, not understanding this joke, sprang at his face and scratched at him. This frightened him dreadfully, and away he ran to the back door. But there the dog jumped up and bit him on the leg, and as he was crossing over the yard, the donkey kicked him, and the rooster, who had been awakened by the noise, crowed with all his might. At this, the robber ran back as fast as he could to his comrades, and told the captain how a horrid witch had got into the house and had spat at him and scratched his face with her long bony fingers, how a man with a knife in his hand had hidden himself behind the door and stabbed him in the leg, how a black monster stood in the yard and struck him with the club, and how the devil had sat upon the top of the house and cried out, "Throw the rascal up here." After this, the robbers never dared go back to the house, but the musicians were so pleased with their quarters that they took up their abode there, and there they are, I dare say, at this very day. The end. That's adorably chaotic. Oh my gosh, cat. Cat on my lap, being the craziest cat. Oh, cat on my lap, being the craziest cat of them all. They want to eat soft food, I'm guessing, but they don't get to eat They don't get to eat soft food until 3. Okay, break time. We have a long break. Okay, we've done so much. We've done little stories, the writing prompts. I am going to make more tea. I'm going to do the writing prompt myself. I hope that you're able to drink water, get a nice stretch in. This is going to be a 15-minute break. So the music is going to get turned up a little bit more. If you have things that you want to say in chat, please say them. Okay? I can type back to you in chat. But there's going to be a little break. Go hydrate, do some stretches, take care of yourself. Okay? This is it's a good time to get some self-care in before we go into our other stories. The writing prompt is to write a poem or paragraph using the line, "Dead flowers are talking." Good luck. I believe in you. You're doing awesome today. We got this. Hello, hello, hello. We are back. We are back. And we're going to keep on reading. We got our story title. We're going to edit the color. Maybe a dark blue. And put it up here. It's just blending in with the other part. And then the actual story. All right, but we're not going to be doing the traveling musician because we just did that one. So the next story is Old Sultan. How was everybody's break? You eating lunch? Is it delicious? I had to scarf around my lunch because there was yogurt in it. I had oatmeal with blueberries and yogurt. And I had to eat it really quickly because the foster kittens have zero chill when it comes to food. Remember to hydrate. Remember to drink that water. Maybe if it's up here, I can put. Where is this? That part. This. That's not gonna work. Never mind. I lied. Okay. But we can, in fact. Is music too loud or anything? No. So let's change our location so it's easier to edit when we go into YouTube. Hi, Zoe baby. We can. This is Spirit Lo-Fi City. It's like a timer for you to get some work done, so you can put the timer on any length really. So let's see. Oh, that's loud. Right now I have it at 25 minutes, 5-minute breaks, and then a 15-minute long break. So we just finished our 15-minute long break. It's 4 sessions. So we're gonna go into our next 4 sessions right now. 25 minutes with a 5-minute break. There it goes. And so while we're editing, we're changing the different scenes to show, like, for the game here. It's a cozy little game. We're going to switch our character to be the one with the kitty cat. Can you hear Zoe baby in the background? Is she cooing? I think she really wants wet food right now, but they don't get it until 3. So just me and the cat, and we're reading. We're gonna take the activity. Let's go to the fireplace. And we'll read there. We can turn a sound on we can turn like the birds down. We can put purring up, right? Because we've had the birds going for a little bit. And just to make the clips different, we can put that, and then a little cozy fireplace action. Some little crackles. Right, and then we have the purring. Turn that down a little, that's allowed too. There you go, just a little bit. Okay, and then we have music as far down as it will go, but we'll put on one song to repeat. The next story will be Old Sultan, and like I said before, I don't recall these stories from like memory. I just recall the Grimm fairy tales, and my brother and I really enjoying hearing them and listening to our dad read them to us at night. So if you'd like to join us for these story times, awesome. They're on stream. If you can't stay during stream, then they'll be on YouTube later on today and this week. All of the stories will under Yippee Kai Slay as well. We should change our Bitmoji, because why not? And that's the one that's up here, the sending love. And downloaded a bunch of them yesterday. Here we go. All right. That one will work for right now. Maybe I will take these, the story title. I don't really like it being all the way at the top in case I need to put it there next to, nope, that's not something I need to move. Chapter title. Yeah, baby cat. What's up, baby? You can't go in that room. They're like super pissed that they're not allowed to go into some of these rooms. But they're little messers, and if I don't have them, like I opened up the bathroom so that they can go and hide in there. But it's like they want the entire house, but they will just run around and run around. And I don't want to go and clean up after them in like those rooms because we're all out here hanging out, okay? They're just gonna have to deal with it. Just gonna have to deal with it, and that's that. So we're reading stories from the public domain, which means that these stories are like not copyright protected necessarily anymore, and they can be monetized. So they're really easy to look up online. This is Gutenberg.org. And I pulled up Grimm's fairy tales because my father used to read these stories to my brother and I really enjoyed it as a kid because I thought they were super messed up. Like I do remember thinking like that's harsh, like that's insane. But they went along with kind of folklore from like our family that, you know, would have just like Irish like folklore stories were super scary. Like the banshee, like that one was terrifying. Well, most of them were terrifying to my brother, and I had to be the voice of reason at times and like, don't worry, nothing's gonna happen. But I kind of loved the idea of something being out there that like there's a reason I can't go outside because there's a banshee. I enjoyed being terrified, like psychologically, with stories, not like in real life. Didn't want to be psychologically tortured, but within like a fictional realm, I did enjoy that there was like this suspense psychologically and like, oh, what's gonna happen? As a kid, Grimm fairy tales like fell into that realm. And so I'm rereading them here on stream over the next couple weeks. I don't know how long it's gonna take to get through all of these stories, but Wednesdays we do story times and writing prompts. So today's writing prompt is write a poem or paragraph using the line, dead flowers are talking. Now you can post what you write in chat. If you want to say it out loud, you can come onto Discord into tea time and say it at the end of stream. And if you want me to read it out loud, you can share it in either Discord, send it as a message, or share it in chat. Anything that you would like with the reading of that, then awesome. I started working a little bit on it during the 15-minute break, but I was mostly eating my lunch and shooing away cats that wanted my lunch. And trying to hydrate and stretch a little bit. So make sure you're taking care of yourself. You're getting some stretches in, and you're doing the necessary things to make it easier for you to get to the end of the day feeling productive. I bet you're doing great at whatever you're doing, but right now I'm going to go into another story. This one is Old Sultan, so it should be up on screen. I'm going to make sure that the song is on loop, so we have the same song going the whole time. Okay. Let's get to it. Brothers Grimm Fairy Tale. Old Sultan. Oops, I had to switch something. Alright. Brothers Grimm Fairy Tales. Old Sultan. A shepherd had a faithful dog called Sultan, who was grown very old and had lost all his teeth. And one day, when the shepherd and his wife were standing together before the house, the shepherd said, "I will shoot old Sultan tomorrow morning, for he is of no use now." But his wife said, "Pray let the poor faithful creature live. He has served us well a great many years, and we ought to give him a livelihood for the rest of his days." "But what can we do with him?" said the shepherd. "He has not a tooth in his head, and the thieves don't care for him at all. To be sure, he has served us, but then he did it to earn his livelihood. Tomorrow shall be his last day, depend on it." Poor Sultan, who was lying close to them, heard all that the shepherd and his wife said to one another, and was very much frightened to think tomorrow would be his last day. So in the evening he went to his good friend the wolf, who lived in the wood, and told him his sorrows, and how his master meant to kill him in the morning. "Make yourself easy," said the wolf. "I will give you some good advice. Your master, you know, goes out every morning very early with his wife into the field, and they take their little child with them, and lay it down behind the hedge in the shade while they are at work. Now do you lie down close by the child, and pretend to be watching it, and I will come out of the wood and run away with it. You must run after me as fast as you can, and I will let it drop. Then you may carry it back, and they will think you have saved their child, and will be so thankful to you that they will take care of you as long as you live." The dog liked this plan very well, and accordingly, so it was managed. The wolf ran with the child a little way. The shepherd and his wife screamed out, but Sultan soon overtook him, and carried the poor little thing back to his mister and mistress. Then the shepherd patted him on the head and said, "Old Sultan has saved our child from the wolf, and therefore he shall live and be well taken care of, and have plenty to eat. Wife, go home and give him a good dinner, and let him have my old cushion to sleep on as long as he lives." So from this time forward, Sultan had all that he could wish for. Soon afterwards the wolf came and wished him joy, and said, "Now, my good fellow, you must tell no tales, but turn your head the other way when I want to taste one of the old shepherd's fine fat sheep." "No," said the Sultan, "I will be true to my master." However, the wolf thought he was in joke, and came one night to get a dainty morsel, but Sultan had told his master what the wolf meant to do. So he laid wait for him behind the barn door, and when the wolf was busy looking out for a good fat sheep, he had a stout laid about his back and combed his locks for him finely. Then the wolf was very angry and called Sultan an old rogue, and swore he would have his revenge. So the next morning the wolf sent the boar to challenge Sultan to come into the wood to fight the matter. Now Sultan had nobody he could ask to be his second, but the shepherd's old three-legged cat, so he took her with him, and as the poor thing limped along with some trouble, she stuck up her tail straight in the air. The wolf and the wild boar were first on the ground, and when they spied their enemies coming and saw the cat's long tail standing straight in the sky, they thought she was carrying a sword for Sultan to fight with, and every time she limped, they thought she was picking up a stone to throw at them. So they said they should not like this way of fighting, and the boar lay down behind a bush, and the wolf jumped into a tree. Sultan and the cat soon came up and looked about and wondered that no one was there. The boar, however, had not quite hidden himself, for his ears stuck out of the bush, and when he shook one of them a little, the cat, seeing something move and thinking it was a mouse, sprang upon it and bit and scratched it, so that the boar jumped up and grunted and ran away, roaring out, "Look up in the tree! There sits the one who is to blame." So they looked up and spied the wolf sitting amongst the branches, and they called him cowardly rascal, and would not suffer him to come down till he was heartily ashamed of himself and has promised to be good friends again with old Sultan. Okay. The end. That was short, sweet, never to be repeated again. I'm not saying that these stories are great, but revisiting stories that you liked in your childhood is funny, and them being available in the public domain makes it easier for me to potentially monetize with clips. These cats are attacking me, and I'm afraid for my life. The Duke just pushed the microphone out of my hand and is sitting on my lap. I think he wants to tell a story. I think that it's good to be able to cover the things that are in the public domain, but it's also good to just kind of like see the progression of fairy tale stories and kind of what's happened, like what was on the market, what is on the market now. There's a bunch of YouTube channels that read stories to kids, and what I don't necessarily like about those channels, like I did research and kind of going, what kind of clips do I want to put out there of the stories? And when I saw stories that were out there already, they were so long, like hours of just this one story, and or it would be like a 20-minute story, and then it would have like visuals or white noise and stuff like that that would loop for hours. And you know, like everyone's gonna work with what they got. They have animators or they have AI generated images to go along with the stories. But I decided that I don't want the clips to be necessarily visually focused. I want there to be something for the person listening to look at, but I don't think it's necessary for me to generate a whole bunch of AI images to put along with the story at this point in time. I think that's really beneficial when you have like a story pitch that you're pitching to a publishing house or something like that. And we will go over that next week. There will be some sessions, but today I just planned on getting a bunch of clips done from the Grimm fairy tales, so we're not going to really go over publishing. But the Grimm fairy tales, they were just, it was just like that, and Christian Hahn's fable fairy tales. Like I have like a special edition cover of that book, which is pretty cool. But right now I'm reading off of the ebook for the Grimm fairy tales. And I just recall these stories being ridiculous, and it is what it is. So it's it's very awkward reading like the older English, but it is a muscle to keep working the the reading of stories and audiobook. So when I was doing the pitches, a lot of them would want to fit like 4 or 5 voice characters in this 2-minute pitch, and I found that to be a hard task to accomplish. So this is just a playground to kind of warm up my voice, work through reading in different sentence structures, because reading older sentence structures sometimes, like, we don't use these words anymore, so we don't assemble our sentences or conversations in Old English, or so it does become a challenging experience, but a needed exercise nonetheless. So there's 6 minutes before the break. I don't know how much time this next story will be, but it's called The Straw, the Coal, and the Bean. Now, I don't remember any of these stories. Oh, I can do this story in 6 minutes for sure. I don't remember any of these stories. Yeah, kitty cat? Alright, chapter title. We're going to change that bad Larry up. Alright, you need to not step on my computer, good sir. You need to go over there, look out the window. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Alright, remember to drink water and do any sort of chair stretches you need to. I'm going back and forth with that leg stretch, the ankle on top of the knee. We had black tea today, blueberries, oatmeal, and yogurt for a snack. It was lovely. Let me know what you guys have had in the chat. I love knowing what people are eating. Okay, we have 5 minutes. Let's read this next story real quick. Brothers Grimm Fairy Tales. The Straw, the Coal, and the Bean. In a village dwelt a poor old woman who had gathered together a dish of beans and wanted to cook them. So she made a fire on her hearth, and that it might burn the quicker, she lighted it with a handful of straw. When she was emptying the beans into the pan, one dropped without her observing it, and lay on the ground beside the straw. Soon afterwards, the burning coal from the fire leapt down to the two. Then the straw began and said, "Dear friends, from whence do you come here?" The coal replied, "I fortunately sprang out of the fire. If I had not escaped by sheer force, my death would have been certain. I should have been burnt to ashes." The bean said, "I too have escaped with a whole skin, but if the old woman had gotten me into the pan, I should have been made into a broth without any mercy, like my comrades." "And would a better fate have fallen to my lot?" said the straw. "The old woman had destroyed all my brethren in fire and smoke. She seized 60 of them at once and took their lives. I luckily slipped through their fingers." "But what are we to do now?" said the coal. "I think," answered the bean, "that as we have so fortunately escaped death, we should keep together like good companions, and lest a new mischance should overtake us here, we should go away together and repair to a foreign country." The proposition pleased the 2 others, and they set out on their way together. Soon, however, they came to a little brook, and as there was no bridge or footplank, they did not know how they were to get over it. The straw hit on a good idea and said, "I will lay myself straight across, and then you can walk over me as a bridge. The straw therefore stretched itself from one bank to the other, and the coal, who was of an impetuous disposition, tripped quite boldly onto the newly built bridge. But when she had reached the middle and heard the water rushing beneath her, she was after all afraid and stood still and ventured no further. The straw, however, began to burn, broke in two pieces, and fell into the stream. The coal slipped after her, hissed when she got into the water, and breathed her last. The bean, who had prudently stayed behind on the shore, could not but laugh at the event, was unable to stop, and laughed so heartily that she burst. It would have been all over for her likewise if, by good fortune, a tailor who was traveling in search of work had not sat down to rest by the brook. As he had a compassionate heart, he pulled out his needle and thread and sewed her together. The bean thanked him most prettily, but as the tailor used black thread, all beans since then have a black seam. The end. That was insane. That was quite insane. The next one is called Briar Rose, but there is a break coming up. Look at that. Finished it with 1:45 left. That's not bad at all. I was going to do the stories over gameplay clips, but this morning was very rushy, so that isn't happening. But there will be streams other than the Twitch stream, like YouTube streams, and I can just do those ones then when I'm off stream, because it's a little bit harder to do it while the stream is actually running. But this would be easiest to chop into a whole bunch of clips and then post periodically, so that's what's going to happen. But the writing prompt is still there. We're going to work on that for a minute or two, and you can write a poem, you can write a paragraph, you can write as much or as little as you want, but it is write a poem or a paragraph using the line, "Dead flowers are talking." And it kind of fits the grim fairy tale theme, because these are all wild stories. They're just obscure and make little to no sense, but here they are, lasting forever. And maybe one day we'll look up what kind of awards this book got or how many times it was published. But we got 5 seconds. Nope. Break is now. You have 5 minutes. So drink water, go to the bathroom, get things that you need or want done, and I'll be here. I'll be taking the break too, and then when we get back, we will be reading Briar Rose. This seems like a little bit longer, and then the next one after that is The Dog and the Sparrow. That seems a little bit shorter. So we're going to just keep working through the grim fairy tales until we're done with them and make a bunch of clips for them on YouTube. But like I said, it's a 5-minute break. Writing prompt, write a poem or a paragraph using the line, "Dead flowers are talking." Okay? While on break, I'm just going to change the scene, drink some water, take a little stretch. That way we don't get burnt out. Okay? So, break time. Enjoy. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right? You're doing great. Hello. Break is over. Now to our next 25-minute session. It is 2:14 p.m. where I am on the East Coast. Stream will be ending at 3 p.m. And then after that, take a little break, do some house chores, and then get back to clipping the videos and then scheduling them as rough clips, right? They're not going to be finished clips. These are going to be rough clips while figuring out what to do when streaming. I noticed that a lot of content creators would talk about how they just didn't have the time to make the videos that they wanted to make, yet they were online for hours and hours and weren't really able to just like push out content the way that they wanted to. And what I want is something that's just like super easy to click on and possibly consume or possibly not. And I don't want to be feeling some type of way if the videos that I'm posting aren't getting views. So what do I do to make sure that my brain is considering this just a hobby that I'm utilizing to grow and develop a community so that I myself can put my published works out there? What I've discovered is that I don't mind showing the rough edges of the project. I'm not pushing out like finished clips all of the time. I'm going to just be pushing out the stories that I'm reading and that I find to be beneficial for me when building a portfolio or practicing or building the muscle or doing vocal warm-ups. There's a bunch of things that you don't know that goes into kind of whatever career you want to get into. So I like doing audiobooks, but when I tried to do a longer audiobook that was hours and hours, I noticed that like every day I wasn't feeling the same. Every day the voice wasn't the same. I didn't like the actual editing part of it. I was great at keeping consistency with like vocal tone and stuff like that, but there's a bunch of little editing things that you have to do, like take out little breaths or cut things here, or sometimes the reader has to say a sentence a couple times because they didn't understand the emotion until they got to like the end of a part. So like you have to mark that audio, and it's just like a lot of little intricate details that bogged me down as someone that wants to do this creatively. So shorter stories to practice and working those muscles up, especially with older books that are in the public domain, they're easier to monetize from. And then on top of that, you don't want to run into any potential lawsuits that might come with reading other people's stories that they don't want a whole story to be read out loud, where they have chapters and chapters and chapters, and it's a long road for a lot of people when they're releasing their stories. And I wonder what kind of like awards or accolades or recognition the Brothers Grimm kind of got. I wonder who they published with. There's a bunch of things that pop into my head when thinking about this story that I remember from my childhood. So what are some stories that you remember from your childhood? Maybe we can put them in a future stream. Are there any books that your parents used to read or that you liked as a kid? I really liked dark and twisted stories. Stephen King is my favorite author, was when I was growing up. Grimm fairy tales, I just remember them being like weird, offbeat, and I had an amazing time listening to them being told. And it was just the act of sitting together listening to a story with my members of my family that really left a memory. So it's not necessarily who's telling the story or what the visual is, it's just sitting with your family listening to a story. It's not sitting alone, listening to a story right before bedtime and then having all of this white noise for hours and hours. There are channels that do that. This is just here's a story that will be in a clip. You can play it and listen to it as a little family or as a class in a library during story time. Anything. Who knows what people are going to do with these clips, but I know that I'm getting practice out of doing these streams towards doing, like, reading audiobooks. Anyway, my brain's fried from talking about that at the moment. And so we will go into the next story. This one is Briar Rose. I don't know how many chapters we have left in the Brothers Grimm fairy tales, but the search bar is still quite high. Remember to hydrate. Take a big deep breath if you need to. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, we have 55 more stories. That's not all happening today, but over the next few weeks. This is the public work that we're going through. And I do recall a lot of the stories. We have, like, as I was just reading over, we have Rapunzel, Hansel and Gretel, Little Red Riding Hood, Rumpelstiltskin, Tom Thumb. I mean, some of these are like 12 Huntsmen, The Golden Goose. Some of them are kind of ringing a bell, but most of them aren't. Snow White and Rose Red, don't know. I know Snow White, but I don't remember. Okay. Brother Grimm fairy tales. Okay. The one that we're working on is Briar Rose, right? And did I switch? Did I switch the title on the stream so that it's easier for me to edit? Let's see. No, I didn't. Gotta switch that. Okay. Chapter title. Done. Alright. There it is. Hey, what's up, Paul? How you doing, man? Thanks for coming in. We're reading fairy tales. I know those are your favorite. You're like, all the time. Oh my god, I love fairy tales so much. I'm just playing. But thanks for coming in and saying hello to everybody lurking. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for listening to the stories. We have a writing prompt going on as well that we'll read at the end of the stream, which is coming up within half an hour. So we'll probably be able to get through 2 more stories. But write a poem or paragraph using the sentence line, dead flowers are talking. That witchy lady, hi. How are you? Thanks for coming through and saying hello, guys. I'm reading all of the stories today. How are you guys doing? How's your day? Have anything good for lunch? I had some English breakfast tea on our long break earlier. Oatmeal with yogurt and blueberries, and I had to fend off the foster kittens, which was crazy. It was crazy. They were just wild animals, man. Now they're all just in nap mode. They're gonna get fed in like half an hour and then go back into nap mode, so get some chores done and stuff. Might end up staying on a little after 3 because I started a little late today, but that's neither here nor there. We'll figure it out. We'll definitely figure it out as we go. All right, so let's get in to our next story. We should be able to at least knock out 2 stories, depending on how long these are in the next 14 minutes. They shouldn't take too long. And then later after stream, I'm gonna chop them all up into little clippy clips. So, let's go. The Brothers Grimm Fairy Tales. Briar Rose. Oops. A king and a queen once upon a time reigned in a country a great way off. Where they were in those days. Let's start this again. That sentence did not make any sense. Some of these sentences are hard to read, which is why this is practice for me, because whatever kind of old English type of writing, this isn't how we converse. This isn't how people talk anymore. And so it's quite difficult. Okay. The Brothers Grimm Fairy Tales. Briar Rose. A king and queen once upon a time reigned in a country a great way off, where there were in those days fairies. Now this king and queen had plenty of money and plenty of fine clothes to wear, and plenty of good things to eat and drink, and a coach to ride out in every day. But though they had been married many years, they had no children, and this grieved them very much indeed. But one day, as the queen was walking by the side of the river, at the bottom of the garden, she saw a poor little fish that had thrown itself out of the water, and lay gasping and nearly dead on the bank. Then the queen took pity on the little fish and threw it back again into the river. And before it swam away, it lifted its head out of the water and said, "I know what your wish is, and it shall be fulfilled. In return for your kindness to me, you will soon have a daughter." What the little fish had foretold soon came to pass, and the queen had a little girl, so very beautiful that the king could not cease looking on it for joy, and said he would hold a great feast and make merry and show the child to all the land. So he asked his kingsmen and nobles and friends and neighbors. But the queen said, "I will have the fairies also, that they might be kind and good to our little daughter." Now there were 13 fairies in the kingdom, but as the king and the queen had only 12 golden dishes for them to eat out of, they were forced to leave one of the fairies without asking her. So 12 fairies came, each with a high red cap on her head and red shoes with high heels on her feet, and a long white wand in her hand. And after the feast was over, they gathered round in a ring and gave all their best gifts to the little princess. One gave her goodness, another beauty, another riches, and so on, till she had all that was good in the world. Just as 11 of them had done blessing her, a great noise was heard in the courtyard. The word was brought that the 13th fairy had come, with a black cap on her head, and black shoes on her feet, and a broomstick in her hand. And presently up she came into the dining hall. Now, as she had not been asked to the feast, she was very angry, and scolded the king and queen very much, and set to work to take revenge. So she cried out, "The king's daughter shall, in her 15th year, be wounded by a spindle, and fall down dead." Then the 12th of the friendly fairies, who had not yet given her gift, came forward and said that the evil wish must be fulfilled, but that she could soften its mischief. So her gift was that the king's daughter, when the spindle wounded her, should not really die, but should only fall asleep for 100 years. However, the king hoped still to save his daughter altogether from the threatened evil, so he ordered that all the spindles in the kingdom should be brought up and burnt. But all the gifts of the first 11 fairies were in the meantime fulfilled, for the princess was so beautiful and well behaved and good and wise that everyone who knew her loved her. It happened that day. On the very day she was 15 years old, the king and the queen were not at home, and she was left alone in the palace. So she roved about by herself and looked at all the rooms and chambers, till at last she came to an old tower, to which there was a narrow staircase ending with a little door. In the door there was a golden key, and when she turned it, the door sprang open, and there sat an old lady spinning away very busily. "Why, how now, good mother," said the princess. "What are you doing there?" "Spinning," said the old lady, and nodded her head, humming a tune, while buzz went the wheel. "How prettily the little thing turns round," said the princess, and took the spindle and began to try and spin. But scarcely had she touched it before the fairy's prophecy was fulfilled. The spindle wounded her, and she fell down lifeless on the ground. However, she was not dead, but had only fallen into a deep sleep, and the king and the queen, who had just come home, and all their court, fell asleep too, and the horses slept in the stables, and the dogs in the court, the pigeons on the housetop, and the very flies slept upon the walls. Even the fire on the hearth left off blazing, and went to sleep. The jack stopped, and the spit was turning about with the goose upon it for its king. Dinner stood still, and the cook, who was at the moment pulling the kitchen boy by the hair to give him a box on the ear for something he had done amiss, let him go, and both fell asleep. The butler, who was slyly tasting the ale, fell asleep with the jug at his lips, and thus everything stood still and slept soundly. A large hedge of thorns soon grew round the palace, and every year it became higher and thicker, till at last the old palace was surrounded and hidden, so that not even the roof or the chimneys could be seen. But there went a report through all the land of the beautiful sleeping Briar Rose, for so the king's daughter was called. So that, from time to time, several kings' sons came and tried to break through the thicket into the palace. This, however, none of them could ever do, for the thorns and bushes laid hold of them, as it were with hands, and they were stuck fast and died wretchedly. After many, many years there came a king's son into the land, and an old man told him the story of the thicket of thorns, and how a beautiful palace stood behind it, and how a wonderful princess called Briar Rose lay in it asleep with all her court. He told, too, how he had heard from his grandfather that many princes has come and tried to break through thicket, but that they had all stuck fast in it and died. Then the young prince said, "All this shall not frighten me. I will go and see this Briar Rose." The old man tried to hinder him, but he went bent upon going. Now that very day the 100 years were ended, and as the princess Now that very day the 100 years were ended, and as the prince came to the thicket, he saw nothing but beautiful flowering shrubs, through which he went with ease, and they shut him in as thick as ever. Then he came at last to the palace, and there in the court lay the dogs asleep, and the horses were standing in the stables, and on the roof sat the pigeons fast asleep with their heads under their wings. And when he came into the palace, the flies were all sleeping on the walls. The spit was standing still. The butler had the jug of ale at his lips, going to drink a drop. The maid sat with the fowl in her lap ready to be plucked, and the cook in the kitchen was still holding up her hand, as if she was going to beat the boy. Then he went on still further, and all so still that he could hear every breath he drew, till at last he came to the old tower and opened the door of the little room in which Briar Rose was, and there she lay fast asleep on a couch by the window. She looked so beautiful that he could not take his eyes off her, so he stooped down and gave her a kiss. But the moment he kissed her, she opened her eyes and awoke and smiled upon him. And they went out together, and soon the king and queen also awoke, and all the court, and gazed on each other with great wonder. And the horses shook themselves, and the dogs jumped up and barked. The pigeons took their heads from under their wings and looked about and flew into the fields. The flies on the walls buzzed again. The fire in the kitchen blazed up. Round went the jack, and round went the spit, with the goose for the king's dinner upon it. The butler finished his draught of ale. The maid went on plucking the fowl, and the cook gave the boy the box on his ear. And then the prince and Briar Rose were married, and the wedding feast was given, and they lived happily together all their lives long. The end. What's up, Jess? How are you? Do you also have 8 alternate bases for your brain rots? 8 of them? 8, I say. That was crazy to read earlier. So crazy. Whoa. That story is... There's so many stories back then that were like, she fell asleep. The prince must kiss her. So 3 minutes before break. Tell me how your days were. I don't think I can get a story out in 3 minutes. Let's see. What are the upcoming... What's the dog and the sparrow is the next one. That doesn't look too long. I might be able to do it in 3 minutes. Give myself a second to breathe, though. It was hard to breathe during that last one. You having a good day at work, though, Jess? How's that going for you? Are you gonna play games later? Today's Wednesday. I could probably play some later tonight. I should be done with all house chores and clipping this YouTube video to schedule for some stories by, I don't know, 6:30, 7. Could play from like 7 to 8-ish before going to bed. I'm gonna change the title for sure. Gotta change the title and the scene. We'll do that now and then read the next story when we get back. There's also a writing prompt up, and we're gonna read if anybody would like their writing prompt read. Writing prompt: write a poem or a paragraph using the line "dead flowers are talking." Just a little exercise to get your creative juices in your brain kind of flowing. You don't even have to be a writer to like do that properly. Just the act of making your brain think in a new manner can be super helpful towards your mental health and kind of just seeing where your head's at. Like reading the Brothers Grimm, my poem or paragraph is likely going to be very fairy tale-esque, you know? But say that you're just having a day or whatever kind of mood you're in. Your interpretation of that line and applying it might turn out to be some really cute story, or just use your imagination. Like it could just kind of be a reflection of maybe where you're feeling or things that are going on. And it's cute. Why not? I mean, the way that I've written the couple lines so far, like playing with it, they were not cute. They were very much related in the Grimm fairy tale-esque type of vibe. So we're gonna change the chapter title here for break, and then we're going to the dog and the sparrow, right? That's there. And then we're going to change the scene. Activity. Let's do some watering. I want to make it easy for when I'm clipping this to like differentiate between the scenes. right? Break time, everybody. We got 5 minutes. Get your stretches in, get some water, answer your text messages, do whatever you want to do. We'll be back in 5 minutes. We'll read chat, do a little bit of story time, take a little breath, do another story. Probably going to stay on a touch longer than 3 because I didn't end up starting until 11:30 today, just due to some complications. But music's gonna go up a little, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Hello. How was your break? I'm getting attacked by animals. Foster cats are like, hello. Is it almost time to eat? Yes. Yes, it is almost time to eat, but not yet. They get wet food at 3. At 3. And they're like, no, now. This one, Duke is trying to eat the cords. Boy, you're welcome to cuddle up here. Alright, let's turn down this music. Let's use this cat as a mic stand. Because he's a chunky boy. He makes an excellent nightstand. Not nightstand, mic stand. Alright, you're gonna need to stop it with your wires. Sir, you can't choose wire. This guy is crazy. He's actually crazy. Tomorrow during stream, we're playing Palia. There's an update, and the cat cam will be up. The cat cam isn't up on Wednesdays because it's Wednesday, man. Just wanna hide, you know? I don't know if you actually know, but I just wanna read the stories that I can clip. And I don't necessarily want my face on it, which is why there's all these little animations, because I don't know about you. I don't necessarily remember all the stories that were read to me as a kid, but I do remember loving that we all got together and just listened to a story. So I'll say it once, I'll say it 1,000 times, I'll keep reintroducing that that's why we're doing this, is just to revisit stories that we heard as children. So, with that said, what kind of stories did you like or do you remember from when you were a kid? Is there any that stand out? Is there a memory? Feel free to share. Share here, share in the Discord. Always, always game to know more stories and can possibly introduce them once we get through the Grimm fairy tales, which we have 55 more stories. 54 after we get through this, which is The Dog and the Sparrow. All right, I have everything updated. Yes. Yeah. Okay. The Dog and the Sparrow. Take a sip of my smoothie before these animals try to drink it. I should just drink the whole thing. They're no doubt going to take advantage when I'm not looking at my cup. But after, I'm going to stay on a little bit longer than 3, but after that, going to go for a little walk, get some house chores done, get the clips done, and then probably game a little this evening. So if you're online and you want to play, let me know. Hit me up. Okay. Ooh, big deep breaths. All right, you guys remembering to breathe today. Drink your water. Have your little snacky snacks. Do all the things to keep you healthy. The reason we do little sessions like this is so that we don't get burnt out. That we make sure we're doing little small things and not pushing through. Because once you push through too often, that's when you end up with autoimmune disorders that worsen over time. I'm not a medical professional, but let's just do this. Let's just do this and I'll stop talking. The Brothers Grimm's Fairy Tales. The Dog and the Sparrow. A shepherd dog had a master who took care a shepherd a shepherd's dog had a master who took no care of him, but often let him suffer the greatest hunger. At last he could bear it no longer. So he took to his heels, and off he ran in a very sad and sorrowful mood. On the road he met a sparrow that said to him, "Why are you so sad, my friend?" "Because," said the dog, "I am very hungry and have nothing to eat." "If that be all," answered the sparrow, "come with me into the next town, and I will soon find you plenty of food." So on they went together into the town, and as they passed by a butcher's shop, the sparrow said to the dog, "Stand there a little while, till I peck you down a piece of meat." So the sparrow perched upon the shelf, and having first looked carefully about her to see if anyone was watching, she pecked and scratched at a steak that lay upon the edge of the shelf till at last down it fell. Then the dog snapped it up and scrambled away with it into a corner, where he soon ate it all up. "Well," said the sparrow, "you shall have some more if you will, so come with me to the next shop, and I will peck you down another steak." When the dog had eaten this too, the sparrow said to him, "Well, my good friend, have you had enough now?" "I have had plenty of meat," answered he, "but I should like to have a piece of bread to eat after it." "Come with me, then," said the sparrow, "and you shall soon have that too." So she took him to a baker's shop and pecked at 2 rolls that lay in the window, till they fell down. And as the dog still wished for more, she took him to another shop and pecked down some more food for him. When that was eaten, the sparrow asked him whether he had had enough now. "Yes," said he, "and now let us take a walk a little way out of the town." So they both went out upon the high road. But as the weather was warm, they had not gone far before the dog said, "I am very much tired. I should like to take a nap." "Very well," answered the sparrow. "Do so, and in the meantime I will perch upon that bush." So the dog stretched himself out on the road and fell fast asleep. Whilst he slept, there came by a charter with a cart drawn by 3 horses, and loaded with 2 casks of wine. The sparrow, seeing the charter, did not turn out of the way, but would go on in the track in which the dog lay, so as to drive him over. Called out, "Stop, stop, Mr. Charter, or it shall be worse for you." But the charter, grumbling to himself, "You make it the worse for me indeed. What can you do?" cracked the whip and drove his cart over the poor dog, so that the wheels crushed him to death. "There," cried the sparrow, "thou cruel villain, thou hast killed my friend the dog. Now mind what I say. This deed of thine shall cost thee all thy that wow, this is a hard story to read. It shouldn't be this hard, but it is. Okay, let's keep trying. This probably isn't gonna get published, but why'd they kill the dog? What is the point of this? I'm upset the dog is dead. I don't like this story. I don't like this story at all. Okay, we'll keep trying. We can just clip this out if we need to. But I'm not gonna publish the story at all, probably. I already hate it. Just the language. It's just so hard to read and read. Like read and wow. Sometimes a word just stops having a meaning. So the dog was asleep, and this is a carriage. Basically a carrot. I think. It says Mr. Carter, but then it says Charter. Whoever translated this, I don't think they were doing a great job. If I had like the written book, it would probably make more sense. Maybe this is just incorrectly transcribed. Translated, I mean. Cracked the whip and drove his cart over the poor dog so that the wheels. Oh, I didn't want to read that again. "There," cried the sparrow, "thou cruel villain, thou hast killed my friend, the dog. Now mind what I say. This deed of thine shall cost thee all thou art worth." "Do your worst and welcome," said the brute. What harm can you do to me?" and passed on. But the sparrow crept under the tilt of the cart and pecked at the bung of one of the casks till she loosened, and then all the wine ran out, without the charter seeing. At last he looked round and saw that the cart was dripping and the cask quite empty. "What an unlucky wretch I am!" cried he. "Not wretch enough yet," said the sparrow, as she alighted upon the head of one of the horses and pecked at him until he reared and kicked. When the charter saw this, he drew out his hatchet and aimed a blow at the sparrow, meaning to kill her. But she flew away, and the blow fell upon the poor horse's head with such force that he fell down dead. "Unlucky wretch that am I," cried he. "Not wretch enough yet," said the sparrow. My God. And the charter went on with the other two horses. She again crept under the tilt of the cart and pecked out the bung of the second cask so that all the wine ran out. When the charter saw this, he cried out again, "Miserable wretch, and that am I." But the sparrow answered, "Not wretch enough yet," and perched on the head of the second horse and pecked at him too. The charter ran up and struck at her again with his hatchet, but away she flew, and the blow fell upon the second horse and killed him on the spot. "Unlucky wretch that am I," he said. "Not wretch enough yet," said the sparrow, and perching upon the third horse, she began to peck at him too. The charter was mad with fury, and without looking at him or caring what he was about, struck again with the sparrow, but killed his third horse as he had done the other two. "Alas, miserable wretch that am I!" The fucking language in this, cried he. "Not wretch enough," answered that sparrow as she flew away. "Now will I plague and punish thee at thy own house." The charter was forced at last to leave his cart behind and to go home overflowing with rage and vexation. "Alas," said he to his wife, what ill luck has befallen me. My wine is all spilt, and my horses all three dead." "Alas, husband," replied she, "and a wicked bird has come into the house, and has brought with her all the birds in the world, I'm sure, and they have fallen upon our corn in the loft, and are eating it up at such a rate." Away ran the husband upstairs, and saw thousands of birds sitting upon the floor, eating his corn with the sparrow in the midst of them. "Unlucky wretch that am I," cried the carter, cried the charter, for he saw that the corn was almost gone. "Not wretch enough yet," said the sparrow. "Thy cruelty shall cost thee thy life yet," and away she flew. The charter, seeing that he had lost all that he had, went down into his kitchen and was still not sorry for what he had done, but sat himself angrily and sulkily in the chimney corner. But the sparrow sat on the outside of the window and cried, "Charter, thy cruelty shall cost thee thy life." With that he jumped up in rage, seized his hatchet, and threw it at the sparrow, but it missed her and only broke the window. The sparrow now hopped in, perched upon the window seat, and cried, "Charter, it shall cost thee thy life." Then he became mad and blind with rage, and struck the window seat with such force that he cleft it in two, and as the sparrow flew from place to place, the charter and his wife were so furious that they broke all their furniture, glasses, chairs, benches, the tables, last of the walls, without touching the bird at all. In the end, however, they caught her, and the wife said, "Shall I kill her at once?" "No," cried he, "that is letting her off too easily. She shall die a much more cruel death. I will eat her." But the sparrow began to flutter about and stretch out her neck, and cried, "Charter, it shall cost thee thy life." With that he could not wait any longer, so he gave his wife the hatchet and cried, "Wife, strike at the bird and kill her in my hand." And the wife struck, but she missed her aim and hit her husband on the head so that he fell down to the ground, and the sparrow flew quietly home to her nest. The end. Thank goodness it's the end. What? That was insane. That was just pure insanity. What? That that was wow. That was a lot. That was a lot. Okay. So it's three. We just finished up that. Writing, now there's the writing prompt still. Write a poem, paragraph using the line, "Dead flowers are talking." So let's do that with what we've learned from today's fairy tales. All right. So That was insane. That was insane. That was an insane story. That was probably one of the stories that I was like, "What?" Like my dad probably read it in all of the voices and everything, and it had a ball of a time. Wow, that was pretty. And I don't know, man. That was the dog got ran over. I couldn't. Then all of oh, all of the horses. Oh my gosh. Then the wife killed the husband. Thousands of birds eating their corn. That was just pure. That was pure chaos. Okay, so the golden bird is a clip that's already on. Today we read Hans and Luck, Jorinda and Jorindel, the traveling musicians, Old Sultan, the straw, the coal, and the bean, Briar Rose, and the dog and the sparrow. So let me write these down. Straw, the coal, and the bean. We got that. And then we got Briar Rose, which I guess that was just like a popular way of telling stories with the fairies. Had Maleficent vibes and all sorts of Disney-ish elements. Briar Rose. It would be funny to do like a little deep dive into them too. After done with all of them. The dog and the sparrow. And I'm just gonna put a little note on it that this one's effed up. So in total, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In total, we've gotten through 8 stories from Grimm. We got through 7 today. All right. And those are all the stories that we're going to read today. And so we're going to work on the writing prompt. Write a poem or paragraph using the sentence line dead flowers are talking. So you can definitely use like one of the stories or a reference if you're trying to figure out what to do, but I've been thinking about my grandfather a lot lately, so let's put him in it. I named a horse and Pally a Jimmy. Jimmy had a granddaughter. Left. Left a pot of flowers. My granddaughter left a pot of flowers at his grave. each year. Yeah, little baby cat. She visited. Granddaughter would place caterpillars in these pots that would soon cocoon before aging. Those beautiful butterflies. Chilly spring day. Yes, little baby. Yeah, Rumi, is that you? Hi. Hi, Rumi. Hello, baby girl. Hi. You can come hang out. Hello, pretty girl. We're reading stories and we're about to write. You want to help me? All right, we got 2 minutes left. I'll start. I'll like read a little bit as I was kind of already reading while I was writing. Like as I wrote, I also just read it aloud. But essentially, Jimmy had a granddaughter who left a pot of flowers at his grave each year she visited. Each year that she visited. It doesn't have to be perfectly grammatically correct. The granddaughter would place caterpillars in these pots that would soon cocoon before emerging as beautiful butterflies. One chilly spring day, right? That's as far as I have written down. But essentially it will go one chilly spring day. Um, his this is kind of like what I'm envisioning. I don't know how I would write it down yet, but his late wife, his wife visited and heard chatter at his tombstone. She kept leaning. She kept leaning her ear towards the ground, looking for where the noise was coming from, only to discover that the dead flowers were talking to her. She was not aware that the caterpillars were roaming around in the pot, yet to cocoon and become butterflies. So she heard them actually just making their plans, but returned home convinced that dead flowers were talking. I don't know, something like that. Right. Could mix it and match it, but that's the writing prompt. That's what we played with. Break is coming up, and we'll be ending the stream. But during these last few minutes, if you're here, I would love for you to say hello, goodbye in chat, or tell me a story that you liked reading when you were a kid, and we can add it to the list of things to do in the future. Thank you, everyone, so much for coming by today. Really appreciate it. Saying hello means the world. Your support and me doing my hobby is just, well, not my hobby, but, you know, progressing towards what I would love a career in doing, which is writing, audiobooks, copywriting, maybe voice acting. But all of that requires muscles to be worked, and that's what we're doing here today. You might hear the fan with the mic, and I'm sorry for that, but my computer is starting to be like I've been on for a very long time. It's a laptop, so the fan's right here next to us. I'll eventually get a mic stand or something, but till then, I'm sorry that it might be picking up the fan. What are you guys doing for the rest of the day? I'm about to take a walk, um, do some house chores, do some dinner prep, maybe make another cup of tea. Oh, I have to feed the animals. That's probably why the baby cat was crying. They usually get fed at 3. And here I am right after 3, and they're like, why? Why hasn't she fed us yet? I'm like, I apologize. I apologize, kitties. So on that note, I will go feed them. Love you guys. Thank you so much. Keep on slaying. Yay!